나와. 오케이. Hi. Hi, Matt. Dance spoken for. What does that mean? He? What is he?
Okay, here we go. I unmuted my mic on the stream. I forgot I had it muted. Yeah, I'm at that torturous stage where I'm very hungry, but dinner is done. It's just cooling. It's the worst waiting for things to cool.
Oh no! Don't burn your mouth, or else you won't be able to taste
I
it.
know. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I'm like most of the way through this like big like cursed beverage. I say cursed. It's actually better than I thought it would be. It's a nitro cold brew coffee Guinness.
What is it? That doesn't tell me anything about it.
So Guinness is like dark beer,
right?
You know, like stout. And then it's coffee. So it's just beer but with coffee.
How is it?
It's better than I thought it would be, honestly. Like It doesn't taste as offensive as I was prepared for it to be.
It sounds very offensive.
No, well, because the thing is that stout, like dark beers and in that style, already kind of tastes like coffee, right?
Oh, okay.
They have like this deep, like roasted kind of bitterness. So it's really not that far off, to be honest.
Oh.
But yeah, I also
Yeah,
have my pot of
okay.
tea here, because you can't sustain yourself off of beer alone.
Put
I
beer in
guess-
the chalice. Take
guess-
that.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. I think that's a good idea at all.
Guildies are asking him to take heroics.
I see.
We knew ye well, Dan.
It's okay. Dan has ears. You can listen to the stream.
No, not in the chaos of raiding. You won't be able to hear the screams of his teammates.
I bought these Carolina Reaper flavored cheese curls.
Whoa!
Dan just hopped into Discord. That's funny. They're not that spicy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, okay.
They're not even like as spicy as like regular spice of like a lot of snacks you can get your hands
What?
on.
That's
honestly.
fake advertising then.
It's a little disappointing. I was
That
ready
is
to
disappointing.
I was ready to eat one of these puffs and just kind of like die.
Right.
And I didn't. It's made by Hare's, which is like that company that makes the cheese fries. I almost think their regular cheese fry snacks are like, they might be spicier, honestly, or they might be the same.
Wow.
It's
What
really
a
not-
dip.
Really not that spicy.
Yeah, it's horrible.
But yeah, but they're pretty good. I mean, they taste really
Okay.
good. Very, very nice and cheesy
Okay.
and puffy.
They should put a different label on it then.
Yeah, highly recommended as a snack. Not as like a spicy challenge. I think it's only like the thing is that it is made spicy by having like Carolina Reaper chili powder,
Oh, okay.
but they obviously just don't use a lot of it, right?
Right.
Because that stuff is potent as well.
But if you go in expecting Carolina Reaper,
Yeah, I
Get
mean, I
it.
feel like
pointing.
the first message you get on the bag should be like should be a warning. So the fact that it doesn't have like a warning on it just
Yeah.
kind of implies to me that it just is sort of okay.
False advertising. That kind
It
of
does taste
advertising.
really good though.
Right, but yeah, but they could just be like spicy cheesy puffs. That's it. Mildly spicy cheesy puffs.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You got a point there. Anyway, these are tiding me over until it's dinner time.
Hmm. What are you getting for dinner?
It's shepherd's pie night.
Shepherd's pie night?
Yeah.
I've never had a shepherd's pie.
Never had a shepherd's pie?
No. It's a meat pie, right?
Yeah, well, it's not like a pie, really. It's like basically meat gravy topped with mashed potatoes and then like baked.
Whoa.
It's pretty good. But the only reason we have it so often is because it's like one of my roommates like comfort foods. Like it's like his like go-to dish to make.
Oh,
It's
that's
pretty funny,
cute.
but yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it. We've eaten a lot of shepherd's pie in this house. I'll tell you that much.
Hmm.
I mean, honestly, there's only like a couple cheese puffs left in this bag anyway. Might as well just eat it all. I'm sure this is making for riveting audio.
Crunchy, crunchy.
So how have you been, Renu?
Well, I've been, let's see. Today I spent actually all day just doing pixel art. I'm still
Nice.
doing it as we speak.
Ah, I see. Well, I've been informed that the pie is finally ready, so I'll be right back.
Wow.
Alright, shepherd's pie acquired.
Wow.
Woo, buddy.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's still hot.
Oh, you gonna burn your mouth. We already see it coming.
I'm being careful.
Mmm. Hi, my name is Steven and Gwen is cool. Hi, Steve.
That is Gwen typing on Steven's computer.
Hi, Gwen.
So Steven is the shepherd's pie record player coffee. Yeah, Steven is the shepherd's pie roommate.
Ah, kawaii.
It appears that my entire household is in this chat watching me play Ace Attorney. Or rather, watching Dinner Simulator 2022.
Very cute. Well, I mean, you're all eating dinner at the same time.
We are.
Oh, last night. Well, not last night. Last Friday. I started playing Devil May Cry 5.
So I've heard.
Yeah, and it's so incredibly fun. Last night, I've been thinking about it because last night I unlocked like so there's this character who can trade out his mechanical arm for like different types of arms, you know, and the one that I got last night, it can detach and then repeatedly just hit the enemy, like just fly around and hit the enemy, but then also you can call it back and either just have it reattached to your arm, or you can jump on it and fly around.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's very similar to the premise of Sekiro, minus the flying around.
I think more games need this type of mechanic.
Oh yeah, definitely. I needed food.
You always need food in your body.
I know, but I was hungry.
I was listening to this medical case about how this woman fasted for 7 days, and then she got into like such a state of like crazed hunger that I don't know, I guess for some reason her household had like 10 pounds of bananas like in the household, and she ate all of it.
Oh my god.
And it sent her body into such a state of like hypoglycemia that her organs started shutting down.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Thankfully they like got her to the hospital in time that she was able to recover. But yeah, it's just crazy.
10 pounds of bananas? Holy fuck.
20, it was like, what, 28 bananas or something like that?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. In the first place, why does your house have that many bananas?
Right, exactly. That's my first question too. Like, why were there that many bananas available to you?
Like, even ignoring the person who's gonna fast for 7 days because, oh my god, why would you do that? Why would you have so many bananas in your house?
That's the most startling part, I think.
That, like, Loki kind of is the freakiest part of this story.
Yeah, she was fasting because it was like part of like a whole diet thing.
Yeah,
you know, like
fasting and diets never go well together.
Right, like she did it like she started off slow, but then of course like ramped it up too fast, and then you know.
Bro, she was going to reach enlightenment.
I know. I was like, how do you possibly fast for 7 days in a row like that? And I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, of course it's been done, but like, I just can't conceive myself doing it.
I swear to God, traditional like Taoist conceptions of like the body are so fucking unhinged. It's like if you read them, they're like, all right, so like there's a worm in your body, and if you don't eat food or water, eventually you can just consume air, and the divine worm will send you to enlightenment or some shit like that. It's just like I don't know. I don't know what to say about it.
We haven't reached enlightenment, so what do we know?
I'm doing everything in my power not to reach enlightenment. Worldly desires? Yes, sign me up, please. I live every day as hedonistically as the state allows me to. Everything about enlightenment sounds like a bad time. You know, when you like really think about it, like yeah, obviously it's an important concept in like non-Western spirituality and all that kind of stuff, and that is important, obviously, right? To not just center a Western Christian perspective, but it's also just like anytime someone's like, yes, reaching enlightenment is when you get to like join the body of souls or whatever, I'm just like, that's just the human instrumentality project. That's the bad ending of Evangelion.
Anime has taught us well.
Yeah. Like, there is something to be said about like, you know, these different bases for like your society and how they affect the very mundane sort of like day-to-day living situations and ideologies of the people that live in them. You know, the fact that like this idea of like Western Christian mythologies with at least you know, here in America, right, the idea of like individualism and your individual relationship with God, and like looking inward toward yourself and like trying to be as like pure of a person as you can in contention with everyone else. Whereas like Eastern mythology has it a lot with, it's like all about being part of the community, about society, like what you owe to each other. And there's also kind of this element of like enlightenment being a path that everybody follows, and it's not just like you can be better than other people. It's just like everybody's like on the path or whatever. But at the end of the day, like it's kind of scary. So hi, Trish.
Hi, Tris.
Let's just have the whole Eustace system thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. I mean, if you like really dig into the roots of the older stuff, there's definitely an element of that. You have to excuse me. I'm eating there right now.
Welcome in, Magpie, by the way.
But yeah, enlightenment sounds terrifying. I kind of like there being a distinction between me and other people.
You don't want to be soup like the red AT, like
Yep.
LCL soup.
Well, everyone becomes orange Fanta when the rapture hits.
Yeah.
I'm already soup. I don't want anyone else to be soup.
Just soup, not humans. I see. I see.
Just soup.
That's a very important distinction.
Like just Monica, but for soup. Food making me feel so alive.
I also listened to a case where this dude who unfortunately was like not in the best mental state, who was like using gaming to cope with his situation.
Oh, never a good combo.
Yeah, he gamed for 78 hours in a row, and started getting like heart problems, and eventually had to be sent to the hospital. But then basically, when you sit too long, all your fluids build up in your legs, right?
Yeah.
And so he ended up suffering a clot in his legs.
Oh yeah.
And it very sadly traveled to his heart, and they couldn't save him. He passed away.
Was this a recent case, or is this like an older case that you were just like happy to look into?
I think it's probably more recent, right? It sounds like a more recent type of situation to happen.
I just know
Yeah.
we definitely had like a string of like these like cases happening where like people would just like game for way too long. And,
exactly.
like,
Yeah, I think it's a more recent
hospital
thing.
stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
There was a really high profile one where somebody played like Diablo 2 for like for way too long. I think it was in a PC bang as well, so I think it was part of the like South Korean video game kind of controversy. Some guy was in a PC bang for like, more than 48 hours, and he was just playing Diablo or whatever. Maybe it was World of Warcraft even. But there's a ton of these cases, or you hear about a lot of these cases, just because like, the last like 50 years of our society has been people being like, video games are bad for you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The
And it's
guy
like-
was in an internet cafe too.
Yeah, it's always at these internet cafes too, right? It's always people
Yeah.
like people always look at this and they're like, oh yeah, video games are bad for you, they're addictive and stuff. And I'm like, well, okay, yeah, but like the video game isn't the problem. The problem is like a person with no obvious social safety net, right? Nobody to like check in on
Right.
them and stuff,
Exactly.
right? With obviously some problems that they're trying to escape by gaming for 72
Right.
hours straight. You got Shepherd's Pie seconds. What's happening? We're just talking about we're talking about like medical stuff and like gaming for too long. But like, yeah, I mean, obviously the video game's not the problem. The problem is
Yeah,
society.
right. They're trying to make it like blame video games for it, but actually it's because the guy, was using it to cope for another type of thing. And it's like
The problem, as always, is capitalism.
it did have part of that to do with it because he wasn't able to get a job apparently, and he was
Well,
getting
yeah, I
a
was
lot
gonna
of
say, a lot of the
pressure.
people who are
Yeah,
in these situations are people who are
yeah,
unemployed. Um,
right,
it's not like you played Diablo for 72 hours straight because you have a job, right? If you had a job, you'd do
right,
the job.
right.
It's not to say like a job will fix all your problems, obviously,
No.
especially in like Eastern Asian countries like Korea and Japan, where the suicide rate is very high, and
Yeah.
basically like any of these like terrible, guys, this is such a like tangent after tangent, but it's just like I was watching a video recently about most studies on addiction are made with closing rats in a box with only a drug dispenser. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, when they do studies, even with rats, when they do studies about, addiction and like drug addiction and stuff, rats will actually ignore their like drug instincts to help their fellow rats if they're in trouble, right?
Oh.
It's like, what's it called? I think they do these studies with like chimps too, but like they have a rat and like they can get a peanut M&M or they can help their rat friend even if it's not clear that they'll get a reward for it. They'll help the rat friend. So like yeah, a lot of it does end up having to do with the environment and the situation that somebody is in. Obviously like when you live in one of these like super hyper capitalist societies like Korea or Japan, because like what I was gonna say is I was watching a video the other day that just came out from a YouTube channel that I discovered recently that I really like. Her name is Hazel. It was about an anime called Aiken, which I don't know if you're familiar with Aiken, but it's basically like a big booby manga, like a big booby
Okay.
ecchi arrow manga. And it was just like just a deep dive into this weird anime that I don't think I'd ever heard of, but apparently it was like pretty influential in Japan as like something that kind of started or was a part of a moral panic, right?
A moral panic.
As things always are, right? Like you see one too many titties in a shonen magazine, and you're just like, the standards of our country have declined so much. But the manga for
That's all it
Aiken,
is now. Well, I guess
right?
it's now.
But the manga for Aiken opens with like the Japanese government. Oh no, it wasn't Aiken. It was I think another manga by the same mangaka about child bride sort of stuff. So like the premise is that it's about a teacher who marries a 12-year-old who is also a student, and obviously completely abhorrent, right? The source material is undeniably you cannot defend it, but
yeah.
it was like a moral panic over it because people were like, this is disgusting. And I mean yes, but also like to start a whole moral panic over it, oh my.
It's a moral panic. Gotta protect the children.
But yeah, like it starts with that manga starts with a scene of them deciding to open up the age or lower the age of consent because of the drop in population, right? And it's like,
Oh man.
and it's just like everybody hears about the like drop in the like Japanese like population and like it's like a big concern and all, and like people are like, I'm gonna solve it. I've been reading a manga called Skip and Loafer, which I don't know if you've ever read it, but it's
No.
about a girl who goes to a Tokyo school, and she goes there so that she can become a politician, so that she can solve whatever problems Japan faces. In this case specifically, she cites the declining birth rate, and it's like, well, okay, like you guys know that we solved the declining birth rate thing, right? Like we all know it's because people don't have time to do anything outside of work. Like
Capitalism.
right? Like not to be like capitalism, but it's definitely capitalism.
It's
and
definitely capitalism.
what I don't understand how you can look at this and not just be like, is there any way we can solve this that doesn't involve decreasing people's work hours?
Right, exactly. I mean, it's especially in the case of Japan, right, where their entire culture is based around that.
Right, it's like based on overwork. They're expected to
Yeah.
like work overtime every day until like 10 p.m. And it's like, at what point do you expect someone to go out and like be social and like meet someone that they might want to have children with? I don't like. You can't You can't have
Want
it both ways.
They want it
You-
both ways.
You know how to solve this problem.
No.
But no.
No.
Either they are willfully ignorant of it, or they just are completely like, it's completely outside of the framework of their
Yes,
existence,
it is.
right?
It is outside the framework. It's probably both, right? They're
It's
aware of
probably-
it, but
right?
they want to work within their own framework.
That's always the thing to me, is that I was like, I always think about, like, there were a lot of problems that you get introduced to in high school. You're like, there's a lot of problems in the world, right? And you're like, oh, that's pretty terrible. Yeah, there's a lot of problems out in the world, right? And then you watch or then you like read about these problems, and you're like, how do we fix this? Like, it's really hard to get like people to do anything, like to collect their action together and try to solve problems like climate change and all this stuff. And then you realize, oh, the reason I can't figure out the solution to these problems is that I'm operating in the wrong framework. The entire basis of what I've been taught, my knowledge base, is incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
You can't solve the problems of capitalism with capitalism, right? It's like, how do I make the market solve this problem? Well, you can't. The market caused this problem. Anyway, I'm gonna go put this bowl away, and then we can start Ace Attorney. Hey.
Okay. I was gonna say, this is just like our podcast, isn't it? Welcome to another episode of the GAAC, a podcast for the study of modern visual culture, where we talk about capitalism. Capitalism podcast about capitalism.
Which episode of the Adcast was this again? Yeah.
Welcome back to the GAAC, Soupy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Adcast, a podcast for the study of modern visual culture. I'm your Ace Attorney, Soup. That's funny. Okay, let's switch over to the Ace Attorney screen. There we go.
I was listening to the fall wrap up while eating dinner, so this is a weirdly smooth transition.
Nice. Thanks for listening. I would ideally like the sampler up tomorrow, but we'll see if that happens. I don't know.
We shall see.
I'm definitely not getting the proper episode up tomorrow, so you'll have to do with the sampler. This is a nice podcast. Thank you. I do my best.
Wow. Thanks.
We do our best over here at the Absolute Territory podcast. You always listen to it when you do chores.
Ah, cute.
Podcasts are the only things that really get me to do chores. Like podcasts and video essays, that gives me enough stimulation in my brain to make doing menial tasks worth anything. So completely understand. I obviously don't listen to my podcast while I do chores.
But you listen to
reasons.
other things.
I do listen to other things. Yeah, I mean, I'm only really listening to the Chilluminati podcast nowadays, and even then, I haven't listened to a ton of it. I just haven't had a lot of time. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of Hazel videos. She's really cool. I like her videos a lot. I'll look up a link because this has been my. Somebody sent me a Kakao Talk message.
Cacao.
There you go. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'm just confirming that I'm gonna be going to learn some cooking tomorrow. Okay, anyway.
Oh.
Let's do some Ace Attorney. Part two of the the old case. Oh god, I forgot this was happening.
We're in the trial, baby. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I love
You listen to her
You
music
might
before, then you learn.
Oh.
You know what? Actually, I had the complete opposite. Where I watched all of these video essays, and then I realized that Hazel does music. And the music's pretty cool too. I like it a lot.
I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination?
Summation examination, aka the only reason we're still in this thing.
Boy.
Oh, yeah, governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Cool, blimey. This is going to be hard work. Is this man holding fries? He's British. It's fish and chips.
Ew.
Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Cool, blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. You never done nothing of a sort. How'd you figure that out?
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth.
Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Yeah, I'd be fucking freaked out too.
A man crushed a chalice in his bare hand.
A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Illegal entry, the whole truth. Is he a vampire? Oh, yes, sirree. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see. Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Nami didn't give me a fright. I was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We took everything back where we found it in Scotland, straight into him in the back. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see. We never even had a chance, did we?
So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can I make it sound a bit more cutthroat? Now that I'm upset. It can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Now, China, we'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Yeah, well, that's wrong look. That's the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Yeah, sorry. So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, my dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Big Bravia screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and some skull whatnot. I got tangled with some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked up scales on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. My granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM!
Oh.
So aggressive. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No. Something to add about their testimony? You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
Probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only...
someone is hungry. Earlier, that someone was me.
Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, he's just got more. He just...
Not gonna lie to you, this would be, like, actually low-key the best superpower.
We brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
Oh!
Oh!
Did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot.
Might have, Gruff, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it.
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like maybe you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
Oh, the Skulkin brothers a little sloppy with their testimony? No.
Not them. If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now.
It's all coming back to me.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. He seems quite upset. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, you ought to kind of waver in voice before you yell and all. If you don't want to get shot. Give me that gun! Bam!
Whoa.
Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of the door behind the counter it was. In the storeroom where the victim was found dead. Hello, Undead Uncanny.
Undead though. Hello.
Undead though. And the voice you heard, Was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank?
On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was.
So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice?
So that would mean what?
What, Nash, what? Any ideas?
Yes, Counsel, indeed it would.
Nah. We didn't know the geezer.
How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clubbers giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Oh, you make it sound like we're clumsy.
Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired it instead of yelling at the girl.
You're saying that Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? The two of them waving guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot."
Didn't really sound like he meant it, huh? More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course.
Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Well, he suddenly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper.
Bet he wished he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam!
Kind of thing.
Yes, career in acting, very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet.
After that, we done a slapdash job, tidying the place up.
No, man, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out and get us next.
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not on your life.
It went deathly quiet after that, did? Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was open.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside.
Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps. Don't ring no bells. Don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. It's still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day, we'll really cut the mustard.
Please, cut it out.
If a new game had a gimmick of these two doing true crime reenactments during trials, it would be very entertaining. That'd be pretty funny.
But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away.
Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with a gun in her hand.
To
To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, girl. That's right.
Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, it was a bit hasty there.
We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Imagine a 10-year-old giving you this wisdom.
Good advice, miss, good advice.
Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand.
Mental note made, miss.
After that, we legged it down to the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking.
And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah.
Listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh? And why should we believe that? Eh? What? Well, 'cause it's true, innit?
The place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winterbank. Correct.
You got it, mister.
Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winterbank. Is that really true? I wonder. That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony?
What is it, Renu? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired.
Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it.
Well, feelings can be very logical at times.
Sorry?
People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in your brain. You can take all that in, and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts.
Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. No comment. No comment, buckaroo.
That's a good point, Sean.
How can you tell what's suspicious about these two when everything about them is suspicious? You know, that's true. It's one of those you know, you hide to hide a tree, you hide it in the forest, right? That's like one of the things about you would have to be happy to be a successful author at any age. You know what? Me too. Like, that's the thing about crime scenes, is that a lot of the times trying to erase all presence of your crime is a lot harder than just flooding it with so much evidence that evidence is useless.
Uh-huh.
The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun. Well, no.
Yeti!
Or maybe yes.
I mean, he always has his revolver, right?
Yeah.
So... Wait. Go back. Wait.
This one?
To his previous system. Oh well.
This one?
No, before that. Okay. Because they did. We know that they rearranged things on the counter.
Yeah.
That would mean there should be 3 guns at the crime scene, though, right? Unless they took a gun from the scene. Yeah, they only found 1 gun at the scene, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and they tidied up.
I feel like this is the most suspicious one, right? Oh wait.
Right,
wait.
right. Yeah, because she
maybe
was
it's
holding
this.
the gun.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, now she is. No question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. No geezer couldn't have been able to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence.
Ugh.
Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
Skulkin's never skulkin'. Man. What else we got?
You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see?
And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions.
The important thing is to get right is the position of the 2 prints.
I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. How do they know the victim was holding a gun if they never saw him? Yeah, I mean, that is a very good question. I mean, we could try presenting something like that. We'll just drop a little Saberino here,
Please.
so we don't completely destroy our life points. And this game doesn't autosave. Yeah. Okay, let's try presenting the crime scene. No, not quite. Just kidding. Oh, he's presenting. Okay, let's see. Maybe this one then? We'll just load this back up. Yeah, this is kind of a tough one.
Following the victim, Mr. Winnick, that Gino was holding was found unconscious. Okay, and then the other one is this Wilkins gun.
It could also be that we just need to keep like pressing different statements, but it's always hard to know these. So who's the owner of the other gun? The other gun belongs to the Skulkin brothers.
Yeah, one for the brothers and one for the shotgun. Yeah, how do... Okay, yeah. How would we be able to show that they shouldn't know that he had a gun?
Yeah.
Would it be the photo of them in the storeroom?
Which one? This one?
No. Oh yeah, or a floor plan.
Yeah, we tried showing the floor plan.
The one.
Like this one?
Either. No, because that's the counter. Maybe the one where Gina and him are in the room, where she's holding the gun, but they're unconscious.
Oh, do we have that photo?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think we have that photo.
But this one shows him in the storeroom.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah.
He was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. I mean, he was shot in the back, which is like...
Yeah, that's also strange.
Very weird.
Yeah. So I think we can present the photograph of him in the storeroom either here or when they were saying...
Okay. Yeah, let's try that one then. Oh.
Oh!
Oh. Oh, Renu. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, now she is. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. Okay, I guess that's the path we're going with. Fine, whatever. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
It's pretty sussy. It's a pretty sussy, Baki. Yeah, that Motula used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam.
Kind of thing.
Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Huh?
If the crime had taken place as you'd so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
Yeah, baby, he was shot in the back. Woo!
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments?
I mean, it's the same photograph.
It's either the photograph or the autopsy report. I think you might be able to do both.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yay!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Has everyone stopped being racist?
No. I think my man's is more racist than ever before.
He's only redoubled his racism.
Yes. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photograph of the victim's body again, you can clearly see that Mr. Winterbank was in fact shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah! Wow! But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. He was shot that night. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. He saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash,
Yeah!
Order! Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, yeah, we,
Cut out, Nash, cut out. Right now, you know what it'll do to us?
Hey, who are they talking about?
Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Ruff, come on, the game's up!
I'll have our guts for guys.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Damn!
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well,
Do we have to? On pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
F's in chat for the Skulking Brothers. Yeah, they're marked for
Man.
death.
Pain of death.
Alright, so we just go inside the GAAC. He heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then flew at us like we was possessed. I thought we'd had it.
Well, an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
I pulled me gun on him. He legged it through that door into the back room.
Had nothing to do with killing him. That's what all happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop?
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time, March, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Don't get your hopes too high. When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank. Who else?
That's right.
We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the GAAC, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when his brothers entered the premises.
Which means Jenny must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, this has gotten a lot more complicated. Did you see the accused at that time?
Oh, that mole Tula? Couldn't tell ya.
No way, Cobber. We have bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in a previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them at the other side of his storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Was the victim, Mr. Winterbank, wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever?
Blimey, lummy, great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with a gun at that time. Is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on.
But all of a sudden, he came at us. He did?
It was bad luck. Didn't know who was going for who.
We were clearly all going for each other.
Not shed. We thought we'd had it. I mean...
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
Got tangled in some marionette what knocked over a picture frame. Knocked them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of a gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big brother here went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I tell ya. The gold geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised to the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button on the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim.
Ah, that's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back out of the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Winterbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
He paid with his life.
Wow.
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank? Oh, no, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me, bruv, wasn't it? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran off through that door and shot himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Oh, guess that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again?
I have no idea. But that is strange, isn't it?
This inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and my bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and my bruv here. You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, bruv, nothing. Old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. You know it was because he tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom of the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ugh.
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank?
I mean, how about the other guys that had a gun?
Yeah. Right? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you had encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did?
What is your point, my learned friend?
The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all.
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums.
2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe?
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Renu?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely.
So, now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
Ooh.
Time for a new theory. I mean, like here, right? Because like there's like a peephole. Or could be here, right? Maybe. No, it could. So this is where Herlock got shot, and that's definitely his blood, or at the very least, definitely not Mr. Windmix. So I guess it has to be here. I would think.
Right in front of the door to the storeroom?
It could be, right? What do you think?
From where that person could have fired the gun. Well, if we're trying to pin it on the Skulkin brothers, I would imagine that spot is where Mr. Winterberg was standing when he got shot, right? Like,
okay, so you think?
Yeah, like
so
maybe
you think,
he was.
You think like here then, for where they are?
Right,
Okay.
like either there or like to the right-ish, maybe. I don't know where. I don't know exactly where they would have been standing. But if he was shot in the back by them, I imagine like when he turned to go back to the storeroom, he got shot or something like that.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Where do you think he was?
I don't know where the brothers exactly would be. Like, would they maybe be in that open area to the right? Either they fired over the counter or they were in the open area to the right, where they would have had a clear line of sight of him to the door.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think we're not allowed to save right now, are we?
Oh God, I don't know. Maybe like here, right?
You think they fired at him over the counter?
I think so, cause like they mentioned the counter, right?
Uh-huh.
Cause it's either the counter or like somewhere around here. I was thinking.
Yeah. Either they fired over the counter or they went around the counter.
Yeah.
From where that person could have fired the gun. Oh man. I didn't think we would jump to this so soon.
I know. Okay, well, let's... I must feel like I want to say here and like through the little peephole, just because like it gives a definitive place for the brothers to have been. Because otherwise they could have been anywhere.
So you think that so you think that they encountered Mr. Winterbank, and then he went into the storeroom, and then they followed him to the door of the storeroom.
And
it was locked, and so then they shot at him through the peephole.
I kind of think so.
I mean, we could try it.
Okay.
I don't know why they would do that, but we could try it.
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here.
Oh?
And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
And like
In the
like
storeroom.
here.
Whoa, maybe you're right.
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom.
You're right.
Yeah, well, because I was just thinking like that would make sense for why he was shot in the back, right? And like why he was in the
Right.
locked room.
Yeah. All right.
Continue.
Mr. Winnebank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to open the door if he was. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. Mr. Winnebank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time.
Oh,
It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Ah! Oh!
come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the finding of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Wasn't the murder weapon confirmed, though? The murder weapon was confirmed to be a gun, like, because there was a gun found in the storeroom and it had been fired. But 2 guns were fired that night. So what likely happened then was one of those gunshots was actually the Skulkin brothers' gun, which killed Mr. Winnebank, and then the other was probably, and this is just me theorizing. If this is true, then it's probably that Gina accidentally shot Herlock or something like that, right?
Yeah. But basically, the Skulkin brothers fired on Mr. Winnebank, and Mr. Winnebank's gun was used to fire on Herlock.
You thought they confirmed this specific gun that said there is more because Shorter Brother didn't have a gun? Yeah. I have no idea, because I feel like you're right. I feel like they did confirm that it was the specific gun, but who knows how they do that?
Maybe they
if that's
assumed
possible,
that it
right?
was.
Yeah, maybe they assumed.
Yeah.
Like, because I don't know what they can do about like ballistic marks and stuff
Yeah.
in this age, right? Oh, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. I mean, yeah, right?
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winnebank.
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
Okay, so yeah, that makes sense though, because probably what happened was like Gina locks the door because she's still alive and Mr. Winnebank is not, and then she thinks that Herlock is one of the Skulkin brothers and shoots him. But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, Who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Oh, I forgot about this guy.
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
I feel like this one is very straightforward.
Yeah,
like,
right?
Everybody is treating it like he's like, why would anybody do that? That would just like make it seem like you're guilty. I don't know. Maybe someone got shot and died
Yeah.
in front of you, and you didn't want to get
Right.
shot and die.
Exactly.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door, says
The
Oh,
10-year-old.
Thank you. The 10-year-old is the only one in this courtroom with any sense.
It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does? Oh my
Oh my
god, you're
God. Freaking.
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes! Obviously!
Please.
Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger.
Bang.
Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what have we to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it in order to save her own life. But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it.
We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us.
I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. No, they didn't. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Where does that leave us? Was it Pickpocket when you shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest.
That was amazing, Renu. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know. First time ever. And probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not.
An admirable effort, my learned friend.
What's this now? He's laughing?
You find the situation amusing, Lord Von Zieks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive.
Oh, there he goes.
Uh-oh, here we go.
I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here.
What?
What?
The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand.
There is one hole, sadly. Oh, and here comes the racism.
Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw?
Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, what the Zeeks? What an idea to explain this badly conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand.
As expected.
Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets!
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about?
Counsel,
Yes, sir.
tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two bullets.
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend, you yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find.
And if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means...
Winterbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However,
Street.
it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Ah! I mean, we've already solved this problem, to be fair.
Order! Order! Order!
This man, I swear.
Stop ejecting things from your table.
The prosecutor's bench must be a mess.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery.
Does he ever actually... Does he ever actually even drink any of this wine? I feel like the only thing he does is throw it.
Yeah, probably. Lord Von Zix! The public gallery!
You hit a child!
But this court needs to open its eyes. The
How can they?
accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile.
He just smells it and then throws it. Yeah.
No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct.
He just smells it. You know what? Actually, he probably does just smell it and throw it. It's just further proof that he is a vampire.
The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on that night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
That disc.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is! Mine!
I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. Disc. Oops.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious.
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her use is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Von Zeeks,
Inspector Gregson. What?
Yes, Inspector.
Oh, we had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that this disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
He's like,
Do I look like I give a fuck?
what's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all.
I am unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Did somebody say conspiracy?
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. Bailiff?
The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case.
I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once.
For all of 5 minutes!
Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Reno.
Yeah, way to rub it in. My lord. Wonder if I might say something at this point.
Proceed, for Mr. Foreman.
Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... Yes, it's badly obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no.
Very well. The court will hear from the jury.
Alright. Let's load up another jury summation examination.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
有罪
Oh.
有罪有罪
有罪
有罪
You'll say.
Lie.
Oh, there they go.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us?
Don't worry,
At least
Iris.
he reads your stuff.
I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Before Eunice even asks about it, he's just like, let's get
He
into
knows.
it.
He's like,
Okay, let's get this over with.
Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Garadeb Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Everyone's ready. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
All right, let's get to it. Judicial findings. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
God, dude. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I can see in many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
What? Oh. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more! Bro, I tried to save your marriage.
Ah.
Ugh, whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past. That doesn't make her murder.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter.
I like to imagine that he walks out of every case drunk off his ass.
Here's to the truth coming out, eventually.
That's enough preamble. Council, proceed with the summation examination.
Oh, baby.
Yes, my lord. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Oh, well. Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
Ooh.
Beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? Greatest proponents of colonialism, maybe?
Ooh.
Yeah, he's never taken a drink, I swear. No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket or Japanese is wrong and dangerous. Yes, you might have a point there, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal soul through and through. Can't you not? When you say she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I actually was there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe.
We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
Gilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. That's not a bad idea.
Oh, Renu, look! This is blood.
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Renu.
Can I get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
What color will it turn? Hey, wait, we've seen that.
Oh. Green.
Oh, a lovely bright shade again.
Huh. Wait, that color.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Dun 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 dun.
I did it. For Mr. McGildy. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Renu?
Don't remind me. Yes, rather mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of the disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Ah, okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So this is probably Herlock's blood.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Most likely. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlour-maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. one or two guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
Huh, third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? Can we prove it?
Kitty,
Yeah.
I'm out.
We
I
can't
don't
prove it
think-
right now, I don't think.
Yeah, maybe not. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. But we might come back to this.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Right.
And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt.
We should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me.
A third bullet?
It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it?
Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures. A left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. We're still talking about the stereoscope.
Why are we still talking about this?
Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this. So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find, no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? It's a waste of time. I'm not gonna change this man's mind anytime soon. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
Oh, bro, did you lose a bullet? I almost don't want to ask. But this surgery that you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now?
Oh, no!
Hair lick? No. Hair lock? No. Hair lock?
Herlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Oh, yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes?
That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. He said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
And leave a scalpel inside.
I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes,
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print.
The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the
calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find that it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensional.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best that I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is
Sure.
exactly why I set about slicing him up.
Okay.
I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Son, somebody please solve the mystery.
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. There's an expert when you need one.
An expert, you say? What do you mean, you're in for a busy day?
Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop.
Communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Over. Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop.
That's preposterous.
Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop.
Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves with the like before, wasn't she?
I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices.
I see.
I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I thought you were just a tourist.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew?
I have much experience with guns.
Ah,
Huh?
I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of,
Extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult.
considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have questions about the bullets and the guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve.
He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure.
But if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. And Zeeks has managed to convince everyone.
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said. But he hasn't.
If we're going to fight back, we need more material. I mean, to be fair, this 10-year-old does write up the stories about murderers, so... And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Yeah. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting, P-I-T-T.
On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Vila. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen very similar situation in motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold.
Golly.
The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds.
Oh my goodness.
Mental note, don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor. They could not find a bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound.
Then where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit me.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looked just like a bullet wound.
Hmm.
Good gracious.
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Huh.
The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Renu. Where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
Oh, bro, that's so much worse! What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I can remember.
Left it in his body during surgery.
If I may,
Lord Van Zeeks?
while I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah, my goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. Well, extremely unconventional during a summation examination. I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes's pouch. I see.
So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it?
I do remember seeing that.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I remember it too now that I think about it.
Mm.
One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
Conventions, there's no conventions, yeah. His bullet did not penetrate Wickham, but was deflected at the wall of shop.
A delightfully complex aroma.
Did he actually drink the wine just now?
I think he did. I think he took a sippy.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and the burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
Ugh.
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Da, thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Scruffy pouch added to court record.
Now the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue. You can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around. Somehow, I'm sure of it. Oh, let's examine this, huh? It's really scorched badly just here.
Oh, the strap is broken. Look.
This must be where the bullet hit them.
Let me see.
Hi, Keeters.
Hi, Keeters.
Hey, a bullet!
Whoa!
What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it?
Ah, that's the Skulkin brothers' bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. 3rd bullet entered into court record. This is where the 3rd bullet was lodged. Imagine what would have happened if it had pierced the leather. Whew. Thank goodness Mr. Sholmes is gonna be alright. But doesn't that mean he's not in any danger? They just put him under and he hasn't woken up yet?
These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions.
Bro, why is he mixing chemicals at home? Homemade?
Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things.
The doctor did leave a scalpel in him. You know, now that you
Yeah.
mention it,
The doctor just said that he sliced that dude up and then left a scalpel in him.
And sent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object.
that's amazing.
They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb? Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. Potions, you thought this was just in the past? It's a little steampunky. Like, just a touch. Oh, look, there's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force.
Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind.
Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Strom's and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? He's a walking bomb without explosions. That is also true. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear. Poor Hurley.
Everyone's just coming to the sudden realization of, oh no. Oh no, the medical malpractice. Anything to say about the bullets? All right. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Allow me to show you then. The third bullet. Literally.
Could I?
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer?
Oh my god. Bro! We're in like pretty close to historical, like, you know, turn of the century, England, and this guy is in motherfucking Narnia. He's like,
What is this conjuring sorcery?
Sorcery.
Where did you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
What?
This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes.
Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks.
It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
Oh. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each.
Ah!
But that must mean... That's right. We know now that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. It's so dramatic.
Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination.
By Jupiter! What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Sweating. Witnesses?
Governor?
Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it, Gov.
Is it one of yours?
Go blimey, Gov, go blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone!
Just the two of us, that's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's an head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes? Don't ask me any questions before I'm saved.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back of all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice, they had another gun, and it's nothing to do with them.
Oh.
I think it has to be the secret accomplice, right? Because they were like, oh, he'll kill us.
Ah.
On that night at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
An accomplice, you say? Pigswill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has not been a murder of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists...
Well, you just poured it!
Oh my god.
The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed.
Ah!
The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof. Evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
The Skulkins are lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel.
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... I mean, we literally can't.
Huh?
The defense is...
Unable to complete a sentence, it would seem. Much less provide any credible answers here.
Yes, it would appear so. Very well, this trial.
Wait, please.
Good gracious, counsel.
I have to keep the momentum going here. I can't give up now.
This is just like scientific research, if you ask me.
Sorry?
When you start doubting yourself and thinking you can't possibly work something out,
you become blind. Even though in truth, the answer you're looking for is right there in front of you.
The answer is right here in front of me. My lord, actually, the defense would like to present answers to the questions posed by the prosecution.
So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. But your earlier tongue-tied display will not go unpunished.
Oh!
Ugh. Now I wish I'd bit my tongue instead of speaking before I'd made up my mind. It would have hurt less. Alright, I guess we're doing it.
We just gotta commit. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, retroactively remove your thingies. What proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
I mean, it has to be this now, right? Because if
Right,
it's not
or-
Herlock's fucking blood. The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific.
Ah.
You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
This one.
What am I looking at there? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain?
Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature?
It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective.
New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This Fogger spray is a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood.
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at the blood.
Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
A striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could it be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder?
Oh, baby! Do I have a
gotta
man for you?
It gotta be.
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict. Who on earth are you talking about, counsel?
Yeah, we're this far in the trial, and we're just like, it's a guy named Eggert Benedict, and the entire courtroom is like, what the fuck?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place.
When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Now that's a lie! What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs, too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow.
Good God, look at this man.
Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life! On my life, Gov, on my life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your evidence to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Wait. Yeah, it's the music. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibank's.
Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute! That disc is mine!
Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over the surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the result to this portfolio.
I say,
Well, I don't even.
It's
That's
green.
It's the maid.
It's me. Yeah, I just remembered. I was like, wait.
This juror number
Um,
5 is the telegram lady.
It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there.
Look at those two brothers now. They're swapping buckets.
oh, who are you talking about? It's boiling here.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
Ooh. It would certainly appear that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence.
I mean, yeah, we have no way of knowing, really.
So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color.
Well... and there's the boot.
And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes's word for it.
Ugh.
So he put his foot down.
Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he's a great detective.
What are you talking about? We can't get away with that.
I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
I like that she also thinks that he's Santa Claus.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
That's true. We don't have to convince anybody but the jury.
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in the summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it,
This 10-year-old has a better grasp of law than anyone else in this room.
I know.
it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Renu. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. I would say she's probably his better half.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
Oh, buddy.
After that shrewd presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source. What do you mean? She's been the voice of reason this whole time.
Who is this sassy lost child?
It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
All right, and before that, let's take a little breaky so I can pee.
Breaky.
We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yum, 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 yum. Now it's my turn to eat the cheesy puffs. They're waiting for the kettle to boil. Okay, I was like, taking a bit for the bathroom, eh? That's all right. We are in Great Britain. Josh needs a full cup of tea at all times.
All right, I'm back.
Look at that.
Thank you. It's funny because the stream is on in the living room. I can hear you in the living room.
Yum, 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 yum. Kind of wanted to go out and get snacks, but it's Sunday. Mmm.
Yeah. Are things closed on Sunday over there? Or is it just like busy? We'll see if that steeps into anything, and if I have to add
Keep
more
it real
leaves.
good.
There are some bigger grocery stores open, but not the small ones. Oh, okay.
Ah, yeah, I guess that makes sense. You know, church and all that, I'm guessing. Such is the fate of Western nations. All right, let's get it.
Muzoi!
Oh,
無罪有罪 無罪
Oh, thanks, Russian man. This is the first time we've seen them like actually split.
two called guilty and four called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
異議あり
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
Bruh, you got no choice.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Von Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
Yeah, welcome to a jury of one's peers.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egot Benedict, is quite clearly false.
Oh, I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something?
Who is that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5?
What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again? The one in which the gentleman is shown. All right, yes. This one you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What?
Good gracious! Order! 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 Juror number 5. How on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop.
As we can clearly see.
The gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
Oh, damn, we got you.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a reasonable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. Maybe it's that this jury is fucked.
If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during recess. Yes, sir, my lord.
You can't tell if the game is trying to create dramatic miracles or is hinting at jury tampering. I feel like it's kind of the latter. If for no other reason than just the fact that we've seen a lot of these jury members before.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what are the odds that every time we go into the jury, we see the same fucking grandpa?
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
To be continued immediately.
Imasugumi.
Imasuguni. Actually, before that happens, I'm gonna. I think this does need a little bit more like actual tea. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's always hard to know quite the right ratio.
Sure.
I mean, they have a ratio on the back, which I probably should follow, but I haven't been.
Who does that? Oop. Oh. Bless. Ooh, bless.
Actually, how much tea is left in this? All right. Whew. Yeah, allergies have been pretty bad lately.
Mine were bad today too.
I hear
Sneezing for
allergies
no
are
reason.
pretty bad in general in Texas. Yeah, I got like one pot of tea left in this. I might as well just keep it on my desk. I like this tea a lot. I tried. I got a little sampler.
Mm.
And it is white tea with orange blossom, almond, and honey.
Oh.
It's very delightful. All right. Let's start this trial, and then we can go for a little bit, and then when we find a good stopping point, we'll stop. For the week.
Okay.
17th April, 12:41 p.m.
It's not fair for allergies to get bad even before spring has probably started. That's true, and it's especially not fair because it's not even that warm out right now. It got we've been hit. We had what is it? We hit a cold snap like this last week. Like it got to like 32 at night. Like
Yeah.
why are my allergies going? It's not-
I'm also in the same boat. It's like, why?
Wait, isn't Texas like super cold right now?
Yeah, it's cold here too. It was like 30s/40s.
Yeah, it'll be 70 tomorrow here. Ooh, very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I needed to get warmer sooner so that I can wash my hunten and then air dry it outside without being afraid that it will just be wet for all of eternity. Anyway,
12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
oh, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Jenny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
Soon, dairy.
What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who says that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
I mean, 4 out of 6 people didn't think so. Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can. Have you seen this Eggert Benedict guy? Holy shit, he's saucy baka.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Eh?
Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
That would be really helpful, actually, Gina.
All right, Gina. All right then.
It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. To Winterback's place. I had to know.
If Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Shrooms don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in log with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So, you broke into Winterbank's?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I?
Yeah, Jesus.
I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when...
What do you think you're doing? Ah!
I nearly died, I did! The next thing I knew... I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what.
You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mental script. Have you got it here?
Did Sholmes leave? Oh.
Did Jones leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
The under the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the mental script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
Oh boy, sure there was.
The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in!
Bro, something's already broken.
Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you, and
Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
and with that, he took the gun out my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when...
Ooh.
I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor.
Yep.
I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you.
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. when the bank was a goner.
Damn, bro.
I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runa's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That's what we're gonna do.
That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naraodo,
Yes?
how come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the Bok Trotter off with him, even though he was a killer.
Yeah, he sure was.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh,
I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
but what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Actually, also after I left Japan, now that I think
Yes.
about it.
Yeah.
And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Reno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and who was prepared to defend me. My best friend.
Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
I was so happy. I cried. But
Oh.
even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Boyos! Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar.
You're not like McGilda. I know that.
Eh? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris?
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes,
That's really all we need to know.
exactly.
Mr. Naraodo, I
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it is to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Suseta-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner.
th April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
That's a very real threat. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. You know that's not his real name. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this.
Well.
Well,
Sean is still there. Please keep calling him Edgar. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such a short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about?
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation, indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Oh, he's moving.
Gladly, my lord, gladly.
Man, he schmoove.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Gladly, my lord. Sigmar demands it.
Yeah.
I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
Bro, just let us body check you. I bet you got a wound.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies. You are...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you'd say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... Ugh. I trust we can conclude this quickly.
Ugh. But I am not holding your flashy hat while we do it. Burk. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you?
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals.
The way they look away.
Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce.
Ma.
Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you to appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence.
Probably the least surprising person to bring the racism, yeah.
The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
I can't deal with him.
A silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Victory wiggle.
Victory wiggle. Would that we could all. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood is a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples. Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective.
So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Absolutely cringe, brother. Very unpog.
I'm not cringe, I'm based! A great detective, you say? Tisk, now we are in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Oh. Toto.
Do you have something? Can somebody please clip that for me? I need that in my life. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Hey, what, me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've added up the here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Huh? Call by me, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him.
I have no thoughts.
No thoughts, and empty. Yo. Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Guff, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Oh, they're so dumb. What wound? They took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him. And oh, hell's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems.
Comrade.
On account of your injured arm. My lord,
Yes, Mr. Graydon.
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in retaliation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse.
No.
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Bro, you fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Very well, counsel.
Omae wa
Mm-hmm.
mou shinderu.
The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to remember to get back to that clip. Let's see. Is it this one? What did this one say again?
Huh?
Okay, let's see.
Which isn't it just the photo of him in the place?
Oh shit.
Do we have it?
Do we have it? I don't think we have it.
Poop! What the heck?
Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's just this pawnbroker ticket.
For the coat?
Yeah, for the code.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, we were fighting over it, so...
Yeah.
Oh, not today, it seems.
Where's the photograph? It was literally there!
Let's see.
100%. Oh, I mean, okay, maybe the music box disc actually.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is your
Yeah,
brother. Your
yeah.
blood was literally on this. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. That was one Mr. Eggert Benedict. Handsome devil that he is. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes. Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In a skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, also like we're all here doing this, but like literally Gregson is a police officer that saw this guy in the establishment and they arrested him in the establishment? The thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious. Indeed it must. I don't know if we could have presented Gregson.
That would have been so funny, actually. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. There's a photo of him in the pawn shop. You're literally, there's so much evidence that he was there. Why did we even have to prove it?
I know, that's why I keep saying we should have just been able to show the photo, but it's not in our court record.
Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. Bro, are you lying in my courtroom?
What is the meaning of this?
Jesus fucking Christ. So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Man, sometimes this game just brags, just like a little bit.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder.
Ah, boy.
There's a note on the disc saying "former gilded," but the item belongs to me. Okay.
Uh-huh.
The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord, the one and same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
I've never met him before in my life. Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you?
As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while lost on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
You claimed that was your overcoat?
Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket.
And yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded."
I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So the disc in question.
It is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. It has all of my fire mixtape upon it.
Oh.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, Gina's definitely going to jail after this. Let's leave it alone for the time being. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hand on Mr. McGilded's disc. Bro, what the fuck is on this disc?
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense?
Yeah. I concur with the prosecution. Oh!
Wow.
Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Had you ever been to Winterbanks before? Contains the secrets of vampirism.
Oh.
Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Excuse me. Is something wrong, Inspector?
Well, what do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it did. Nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned with the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too.
Where you going with this, Van Zieks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. Strongheart is a werewolf. You know what? We have a vampire and we have a werewolf. You're right. It's perfect.
I think it checks.
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I, as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Absolutely no reason.
None whatsoever.
I think it's this redemption ticket. The other one? This one for this box?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know that he needs both.
Yeah. That would make sense, actually. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. The box is probably the player for the music disc, huh?
Mm.
You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. He's turning it around!
Ah!
What? How dare you? That is my racist line.
Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is a second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, one small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Oop.
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zix?
This sums up the whole game.
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibanks' pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Ah, good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations.
They have cameras? Yes, they have cameras, and Herlock Sholm specifically set up security cameras in the pawnbrokery, but they're just cameras that take pictures every 30 minutes.
One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front.
Yeah, he complained about the cost of development on the film, which is extremely hilarious.
Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print.
Oh boy, it's time for the stereoscope.
Oh man, time to cross some eyes. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Ah! I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilden's pawn box.
I'm dancing.
I might have
Victory
been able to
wiggle.
break him down at last. I can hear Cole dying in the background.
Playing Phasmophobia.
He's so loud.
I know. My door's shut too.
Oh my god.
I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
I'm trying to start this guy. It's so hard. What the?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment.
But do you know what, actually? Do you know why I'm probably having so much trouble with this? It might have something to do with my glasses.
Yeah.
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere?
Oh no, we have to point it out!
Alright. Okay, alright, let's do it. Fuck it.
Oh, crap.
We're doing it live.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, Sean, you know the answer?
Yes, please. I wasn't sure at first, but... Does clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What?
Y'all found it?
Please do this for me. My eyes don't work.
You must identify the location in question for the Court Council. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Oh, okay, all right. The box, this box. Okay. I'm gonna try one more time. Whatever. Okay. Box it is. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. I think it's a music box. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. They should have made the photographs bigger, you're right. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
I'm honestly shocked you guys could get it too. Like,
I legit cannot, yeah.
Why come we can't cheat like him?
Yeah, can we have this, please?
Let me wait. Unbelievable.
Like literally, I feel like this is the first time they've asked you to do a physical puzzle with your body.
Crazy. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. You like these? We're calling Sean on all of these. Would use evidence let you do that?
Hey, that's a good question. What this tells us is very simple. Actually, you know what? I think part of the problem is I also just I'm not as good at crossing my eyes as I used to be. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Hey Phil, how's it going?
Hi, Phil.
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Sure, it changes everything.
Everything.
I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. Got a haircut, had some dinner, now you're just chilling. How's his journey going? Yeah, its journey is going pretty well. It's pretty bonkers. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. But yeah, sounds like a good day. Glad you had a good day.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zeeks.
I was gonna say, I bet old Gregsy here would love to get his hands on that box.
Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zeeks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponi specialty, it would seem.
Oh my god,
All right,
dude.
bud. What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation and pride, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. He's got wine in the courtroom. Oh, bud.
There's a lot.
Is it? Though goodness knows, Mr. McGilded is rich enough. You can't deposit cash in a pawnbroker. Right, sir. Yeah, you haven't seen the beginning of what he does with that wine in this courtroom.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Oh, there it goes.
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
Yeah, there's like a
Well,
shit ton of loose ends, and this is the last case
Yes.
in the game.
Yes. Is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
That's a good question, are we? Well,
What's the matter, Renu? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no.
Honestly, who gives a shit? How long are you even gonna be here, Ryunosuke? Just dippy. And that would mean just go, like, honestly, this place sucks. Let's go back to Japan. Admitting that Gina committed perjury. That's a lot better than committing murder!
But Ginny.
Could it be that Van Zeek's nose? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? My god, he's playing 10D underwater mahjong.
But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. If they can't be retried, just let them fucking let them know. I mean, yeah, he's fucking dead. I mean, fuck, yeah, have Gina testify. My goodness. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. I will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed, your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
Ooh.
As you wish.
Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
The articles that Mr. McGilden had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes. And I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps. My Nipponi's friend.
allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilton. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
What about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But
What?
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
Better than murder.
And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Reno now. Iris, we're on your side.
All right then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Witness testimony. But before we do that, we're going to end for the day and pick up next week. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Big
Woo.
trial.
Oh my god.
I think it'll probably be like a 4-part trial since the investigation was also 4 parts, right?
I have to assume so. Like, I think we'll probably close out like the part 3
on some like wacko shit, and then part 4 will be like resolving all the threads and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, thanks for coming by. We'll be back next week. If you want to tune into my D&D stream tomorrow, it's gonna be happening like an hour later than normal, so like 1 or 2-ish Pacific time. We're gonna be doing part 2 of the monk subclasses. Also, because Magpie is in the chat, can you send me your address? I've DM'd you about this on Discord, but can you send me your address so that I can send you this postcard? It is just sitting on my desk.
Postcard.
Postocado. Okay, all right. Thank you. Thanks for coming to stream. It was fun.
Ah.
Yeah, just send it whenever you can. Anyway, goodbye everybody. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Oh, you're welcome, Sean.